Hello, hello. Sorry for today's delay. It's always liable to happen. That's why I try to keep a flexible schedule and everything. I had no idea that Mom had plans of going to see a friend for dinner tonight, which is no big deal. It just requires a little bit of extra effort for me to get the animals kind of settled in, tuckered out, so that they can behave during stream. You guys are going to have to let me know when Blue Sky is no longer down. I don't know if you guys have seen anything about that today. Unfortunately, I'm not able to post my stream is live alert over there right now because they are so overloaded with people migrating from Twitter to Blue Sky that the website is unable to keep up now. I'm sure they'll have it fixed in no time. I can't help but find it a little bit comical, though. But yes, we are here, you are here, I am here. It is good to see you all. It's cold today. Is it cold for you guys? I'm actually wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt because it is very, very chilly. It's nice and cozy now, though. Hello, Nep. Hello, Mew. Hello, Chauncey. Some of my most favorite people in the world. Didn't realize it was down. I didn't realize until I tried to post the alert to say that I was live, and it has a post failed to upload. Please check your internet connection and try again alert now. But a lot of people have been having invalid handle alerts or something like that. It's all just because of the influx of population. It was a bit nippy last night, yeah. Hello, Mime. I'm actually glad that it's getting cooler. I'd much rather have colder weather than hot. You will have to forgive me again for this cough that has still not been willing to go away. I'm not sick, thankfully. It is just seasonal change, but it is an irritant nonetheless. And I do hope that I'm not assaulting anyone's ears with that throughout the day. I won't sit and chit-chat for as long as I usually do. I do want to make sure that I'm spending the full amount of time working on Nep. I'm very excited to get to this today. I actually forgot that we didn't finish the texture because the texture was looking so good in the thumbnail. So we will be working on that a little bit more. But I don't think it's going to require a whole lot of cleanup. I'm actually fairly confident that this one's going to be a nice, simplistic base texture. We will be jumping back and forth between Blender and Sai. And once we get it all cleaned up, we'll hopefully be able to start working on an outfit. This is going to be a little bit of new territory for me. Not quite. I've done a full-scale outfit once before. Ironically, also on a large rabbit character. I'll get to show you guys the fun tricks of the trade when it comes to skrunkifying your model so that the body does not clip through the clothing. We're going to dehydrate the fuck out of Nep. Turn him into, what is it? Astronaut ice cream? Used to love that shit as a kid. It's my favorite part about going to a museum, was getting to get some freeze-dried ice cream. Ooh, sorry about that. If you hear a big click like that, that is me muting my microphone manually. Unfortunately, you have to like squeeze it to do that, and it does cause it to have like a loud click in the actual audio output. But I do that, A, to keep my avatar from still talking when I mute, and B, to keep from coughing directly into all of your ears. It's going to be a bit rough in the beginning here, just because, you know how sometimes you can be like talking to somebody and then it feels like something like a speck of dust or something sticks to the back of your throat? All of a sudden, like you're just having a coughing fit for no real reason. I had one of those shortly before hitting live. It should go away the more I talk, though. Not only is it chilly today, but it's actually a little bit drizzly, which is nice. We have had way too much of a drought. Actually, that reminds me, I wanted to check in with you, Chauncey, because I know you are off towards the western side of things. And I heard recently that California is once again on fire, as it often is. Just wanted to make sure that things are going okay in your neck of the woods. And that goes for everybody who is out in that direction. We definitely could use some fall storms, so I am hoping with my background today to inspire Mother Nature to give us a little bit of a rain shower. We're kind of used to the fires at this point. I'm sure, but I still worry. Want to make sure that my people are doing okay, the people that I care about. Has anybody gone ahead and made any plans for doing things with friends or family for November? I know we've got a couple holiday-esque things coming up. We've got solstice, we've got Thanksgiving, we've got fall festivals. November, unfortunately, is a little bit of a, I don't want to say lackluster month. A little bit more of a chill month, though. The excitement is not quite there. It's more of just vibing. But yeah, we're safe over here. Good. Very good. I'm always worried about y'all out there. Actually, Nip, you guys still have that, oh crap, what was the name of that holiday you told me about? Something about fireworks. That wasn't in the name, but people shoot off fireworks for it. Supposedly that's like your version of our 4th of July, and it lasts the whole week long. I don't know if that's still going on for you over in the UK. Bonfire night, that's it. It has passed. Okay, cool. How was that? Did you have a good one? The name makes it sound a lot cozier than I imagine it is. Just a day. I see. I hope you had a good one then. Poor Q. They were setting off fireworks for like a week long with them. And by they, I mean their neighbors that they are not a fan of, from what I was told. Too many fireworks. Has anyone seen any of those drone shows? They've been talking about how those are going to start replacing fireworks shows, and I am all for it. I would much rather watch drones light up the sky and make cool pictures than big boom boom. There have been some pretty crazy ones at that. I think the last one that I saw images of was some sort of big Chinese dragon floating through the sky. Hello, Bronx. I do apologize for her presence. She is going to be a little bit extra needy today. Right, baby? Mm-hmm. You want to give us some good sniffs? Look, give some sniffs. Hey. Good girl. She'll be hanging around with us today. She'll probably get bored here and there and need a little extra attention. One day I'm going to get a camera set up so that you guys can actually get to experience the animals and their shenanigans. The tricky part is trying to set up a camera that's not going to show too much of my slobby bedroom because I've got laundry everywhere. I've been very overdue to sort through my clothing and get rid of a bunch of stuff that doesn't fit anymore. All right, there's your butt pats. Go on. Get a bonk and bot cam. It'd be easier for Bo because he's got a little bed that's right beside me. I'd be able to turn on a camera for that anytime that he sits down. Bronx, on the other hand, though, she's all over the place. Oh, it was so cute. This morning, Wolfie came up to greet me when I woke up, which is new for her. She's not really much of a people person still, but when I opened up my door, she came running from down the hallway, trotting up to come see me. It was so sweet. It's funny because she's taken so long to like finally warm up to being a cat, which is wild to me because we found her as a kitten. So the only time that she's had without like having people in her life being very nurturing and gentle with her was like 8 weeks of kittenhood. But I imagine it must have been absolutely horrible for how timid and afraid she is of everything. But she's getting there. Every day we see progress. And there is no rush for it. She gets to go at her own pace. She actually had the zoomies shortly before I was going live. She's on her cat tree right now. She's kind of still figuring out how to have the zoomies, though. Like, she doesn't know what to do once she's got them. She just knows that she's got them. And she just kind of gets the crazy eyes and waggles her head around and doesn't, like, the thumpy tail is her signature move. I feel very lucky with my pets and their behaviors and how well we all kind of work in tandem with each other. I personally don't have a whole lot going on this month. I do have a Friendsgiving this weekend. That'll be a big potluck with a bunch of our group friends and everything. Me and Mom, we've got some family friends. It's her cousin, I believe, and a lot of their friends. We all get together. We used to get together before COVID happened. And once a month we would do like a big group game night. It was always something silly. But we had to stop doing that when COVID happened. And only recently have we started trying to, get in talks of doing more common gatherings and whatnot. So this will be our first decently sized one. And hopefully everything will go well. It does mean that I have to spend all of tomorrow doing a lot of baking and cooking. Each of us were tasked with different foods to bring. Mom and I will be bringing sweet potato biscuits, which apparently is a niche kind of food item, I've learned. I always thought that was a very common Thanksgiving or fall type dish. If you're not familiar with the concept, or potato bread as a whole, it is essentially just bread that is made with potatoes. And sweet potato biscuits are very, very good. It's like all of the pleasure of eating Play-Doh, but you're allowed to do it, and it actually is edible. It's the same kind of texture, though. I forget what the other dish is that we're supposed to be making. Oh, no, it's a pretzel jello dessert thing. You take pretzels, you crush them up, and then you roll them around in butter and some other stuff. They kind of get caramelized. You put them in the tray and bake it for a little bit. And then you put, I want to say Cool Whip, a thin layer of Cool Whip over it, and then strawberry jello on top. It is very, very good. It's salty and buttery, and fruity, and creamy, all the good flavors. I always like to see what other people bring to potlucks and whatnot. I feel like you kind of get a touch of their personality in whatever it is. It's a lot more fun. There's a lot of Thanksgiving foods that I can stand to live without. I'm not the biggest turkey person. I mean, I am a big turkey because I'm a raptor, but I'm not a super fan of turkey meat, though. It's not bad. Just not really any different than chicken, in my opinion. Sweet potatoes are where it's at. Turkey's very dry. It is. I had my first deep fried turkey ever last year. And that was very good. That was much better than regular turkey. It was moist. Had a lot of flavor to it. I can definitely see why people prefer them. But I don't think it's worth the risk of setting your whole house on fire. Man, I am looking forward to the food coma, though. There is no greater sleep than the sleep that you get desperately trying not to fall asleep on the couch after eating turkey and mashed potatoes. Just full-blown food coma. I don't know why the autoplay here has picked up on Mario music, but we're just gonna let it go. Post-feast coma. Even the animals love that. Because anytime that we end up making a big feast and stuff like that too, they always get scraps. We make sure that they only get the stuff they can have. Nothing with seasoning. Yeah, I'm looking at you. She's giving me the side eye. Are you cute? Are you a cutimus? Good girl. All right. Well, let's see if we can go ahead and get started on things. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and check on Blue Sky real quick first and see if I can get this post uploaded once more. I'll probably have to do that a couple times. Nini gets a turkey bone and joins on the post-feast coma snuggle. Are turkey bones safe for dogs? I'm asking that genuinely. I don't know. I can just see her now, though. Little tiny Nini with like a big old turkey leg. It's the size of her. Friend has Neptune brain, and I mentioned this stream to them. Oh, well, good. You know what? If they join us, let's go ahead and move on over so that they can see. I just want to make sure that our post goes through. It looks like it has. I doubt we're going to get much on the blue sky end of things today just because of how down the site has been. But that's all right. She only gets it for a short while. She'll cane the meat off and we don't let her eat the actual bone. Oh, gnaw the meat off. I see. Oh my gosh, she must be in heaven when that happens. Don't censor me. How dare. Hello, snake. All right, let's get set up over on the other side of things. Grab my tablet. There we are. So today's going to be a little bit wonky, just because I've got to jump back and forth between my several different windows. Oh my god, is this Beatles theme? It is! Let's scooch that up to the upper window here. Uppies? Of course. Let me go ahead and grab you. Ups-a-daisy. I see we have our eggs. Who's our egg with us right now? Buacus! Hello, Buacus. I'm going to go ahead and pop your egg up in the top window. If I notice that you hatch, though, and you would like to run around with the others, and you're stuck, let me know. I will move you down. All right. Pull OBS aside. It's really funny. I'll try to get pics for her this year. Yes, please! I'd love to see Nini going full feral on a bone. All right. So where we left off with things. We were doing some texturing on Nep. I'm going to go ahead and scooch this window over just a little bit. So this is the texture that we left off on, just trying to block out things. Obviously, it is very sloppy. Things have not been blended yet anywhere. We've got to clean up some of these lines. This one actually is entirely in the wrong spot. But everything else seems to be fairly good. And we've got a couple of spots here where things just sort of clipped in random overlays. That'll all get cleaned up inside. Yeah. All right. So what I'd like to do before I jump back over into Psy with all of this is clean up areas like where we have this little cinch in the mesh. And down here, I did miss this crease. I put that shadow a little bit too low, so I'm going to touch that up as well. Same with this one, we'll scooch that up a little bit more to meet that crease line. Otherwise, he's looking pretty darn good. And what I'm thinking that we might do is either play with doing a toon shader, some form of Poyomi, which I have never used, but I would like to learn, or potentially a matcap shader. Because I really like how Nep looks when he's got the toon effect. Let me show you how that looks real quick. So we will just pop this off. Plug this in here. Okay. Go back over to our model. So now we have flat shaded him. There is no longer diffusion that is causing pseudo shadows and whatnot. But I would still like a form of shadow effect. So I don't think the flat is going to be exactly ideal. I think that Poyomi is going to potentially have what we want to offer. More of a cell-shaded effect. I don't know about the middle parts yet, though. Still kind of playing with that. I like how shiny they are right now. But yes, let's go ahead and pop that diffuser back on so I can see exactly where we need to clean things up. The only two other than the eggies that love to be in the baby box is me and one other person. Yes, you and Q. All right. Let's go ahead and hide the hair. So we don't have to deal with those UVs in our way. We'll grab our same color here. And we want to start paying attention to where these lines are going to end up. Again, I'm very sorry I'll be clearing my throat on and off here. We don't want to be in edit mode. We want to be in texture paint mode. Whoops. Texture paint mode while on the right texture.
Hey, bitch!
Ah, speaking of our other who likes to be up in the baby box. Hello, Q. It's good to see you. I hope you slept well. You were up very late last night. You spoke of the devil. No, Satan's not here yet. And I did sleep during stream. I just woke up as it was ending. Greg, I had to cut my hair due to so many fucking knots. Oh no! Well, I hope you were able to at least cut it in a way that you like. I'm very overdue for a haircut. I don't think I've had one all year. When I was getting them out, it hurt so much. Oh no! Also, I got Vix November, your character here. Hell yeah! Good for you, Q! It hurt to the point where I was tearing up. Oh no! Man, I don't miss that. That's a big problem for having long hair. I don't know exactly how long your hair is or was, but long hair gets super tangled super fast and it is the worst. I had a Viking braid all the way down to my rat tail, so when I was undoing it, it was pulling out so many knots. I even washed my hair to try and help get the knots out. Even when wet, it didn't help. There are some conditioners that might help with that, but I don't know, depending on your hair texture. Either way, that's still super frustrating. Hello, Broncus. I know, Grammy's left. That means that you have to behave. You want to come sit up here in bed? Here, let me move the plushies. Here we go. You want to come up here? Come snug. Oh, baby. Are you extra needy today? It's because Grammy spent all day baking today. Didn't sit with you even once. Poor thing. Poor thing. Nobody loves the Bronx. No. You stay out of that trash can. No. Don't be rotten. You're going to be naughty. No trash can. No. No. I see you. Don't be naughty. Go lay down. That is a full jug of water, ma'am. You cannot have that. No. You can have the other jug. You guys are going to hear some calamity in a minute, and I apologize, but she is bored to tears. Get that jug. That one, yeah. No, this one's got water in it still. That one. Get that one. Bronca. That. That's a book. Get the jug. This. You want this? Get it. Good girl. And chaos ensues. That'll keep her occupied for about 3 minutes, tops. I love Bronx so much. I do too. She is a wonderful pup. She is chaos on wheels. That's what I love about her. Whoa. Oops. Read up a bit, Frag. You'll see what else I put. Oh, let's see. I spent 10 minutes every morning just brushing out the knots in my hair to get from my tossing around in my sleep. My hair reaches my waist, so it's a natural curl. Oh, man. I used to have hair that long, and I'm glad I don't anymore. I still have the length, but it hurt so much I had to do it. Plus, I spent almost an hour trying to get out the knots. Aw. I guess that's one lucky thing about having thin, fine hair is that it doesn't really have a lot of volume or texture to get tangled up with, but at the same time, it doesn't really have a lot of texture. It doesn't have a lot of anything. Hope you have a lovely stream. My body's demanding sleep, so nap time awaits. Alrighty, Chauncey, thank you for stopping by. It was very nice to see you. I hope you get a good nap in. Your feathers are amazing, though. Thank you. They are the perfect length, and they do not get in the way of anything, such as the wonders of being able to be a cartoon character. Bronca, are you providing ASMR for everybody? Good girl. Also, I got more... Oh, wah. Also, it's got to be more than a coincidence that the November your character here is your character snuggled up in a blanket and drinking something. And I got the your character here while snuggled up in my D&D blanket and drinking tea. It was meant to be. All right. So just had a few edges there to clean up. I do want to touch up on the ears, just because they have a seam along the side here that's going to be a bit difficult to match. And I'm not totally clear on what happened. I'm probably just going to send Vic a photo of my D&D blanket for the your character here. You should! That would be really cute! Oh? Oh, holy crap! Hello!
Kisa Rex Brian has raided the channel with 18
well,
eggs.
Heck! Welcome, Kisa X Brian, and welcome all of your eggs! Thank you for joining us, everyone! We've only just gotten started for the day. But hello! Hello, Aster Mint Green Tea? How am I? How are you? How was your stream? I'm wonderful. I am very happy with where I'm starting off today. We're getting into a good stream, doing some lovely art, hanging out with some really cool people. It was funny and went fine. What were you doing? Let's see. Let me scroll back up a little ways here. Streaming Devour. Ooh. I don't think I've heard of that. Rabbitoids. Yes, welcome all of the rabbitoids. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to do an introduction here, aren't I? Well, hello, new people, new eggs that have scattered about all over the place. Actually, let me go ahead and gather you guys up. You've been tossed everywhere thanks to the bombs. Egg. 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 Where's our other egg? There it is. Egg. And of course we can bring Q. Oops. And Snake. There we are. So welcome everybody. It is good to meet you. I am a variety streamer. I am a vaporwave themed raptor. We're just kind of here chilling, doing some typical art. I do artwork every Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesdays are for drawing, and Thursdays are for 3D modeling. I also do games on Wednesday. No fighting in the baby box. Also, hello, Marky. It's good to see some familiar faces. I hope you've all been doing really good. Keeping warm as things get chilly. Hello, hello. All of these dancing critters. I love these emotes. These are adorable. Oh, shoot. I actually just realized we don't have Popple. Oh, sorry. Had that avatar, not avatar, the reference get in the way. I need to set it up so that Popple can acquire emotes because I realized that's a thing that I can get him to do. So instead of just having gumballs in his head, when you guys post emotes in the chat, it will be able to create those within his head as well. Maybe that's something I'll work on if I have some spare time over the weekend. All right, these ears are going to be a little bit tricky for us to blend out because of that one unfortunate seam on each side, but that'll probably be the hardest part. I did want to see about drawing a line along that crease of the eyelid too. Let's see. That one may not be super feasible. Marky introduced me to your channel. Oh, thank you, Mark. Yeah, Marky and Aster both showed up at the same time when I was playing Poppy Playtime. Not this week, but last week. We did actually beat it this week. We've started Security Breach now. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. That was what we did yesterday. How's it going here? It's going great. I'll be trading off in just a moment to go to our 2D drawing program, Psy. That is the one that I prefer to use. But you can use any program. Clip Studio works just fine. Procreate, you can use that as well. Actually, let me draw this on the other eye. Be easier on my wrist. Probably going to grab a glass of juice and then nap. Alrighty. Enjoy your nap. I hope whatever juice of choice you end up picking will not cause any weird dreams, because I have heard that that is a thing that can happen. I am not a sleepwalker myself. I have occasionally been a sleep talker. My sister was notorious for sleepwalking as a kid. We found out that she was sleepwalking because she had a little bear stuffed animal that she would bring with her everywhere, and we would find it randomly placed throughout the house. Let's add a little bit more shadowing along the back of the lid here. To those of you who are unfamiliar, I am currently using Blender, and I am doing texture painting on a model to make it look nice and pretty. I'm kind of creating the illusion of shadows, painting them on in place. Gives it a little bit more stylization. It looks fairly sloppy in the program right now, but that's why we'll be moving over to Psy later to clean it up and make it look a little better. There we go. Adds a little bit more character with that lid. Probably orange juice. Also, I'm neither a walker nor a talker. I'm the one who tosses, turns, and drools. Oh no! Thanks, dude.
If you
I hate when I
become
toss and
lightheaded
turn.
from thirst, feel free
Ooh.
to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. I gotta keep on top of that today. I had my coffee way later than I usually would. Test and turn, but the one that I hate the most is when I drool. I also am a notorious drooler. I always feel bad when I have to like spend the night at a friend's house or something and they give me a pillow because I forgot to bring one or whatever. It's like, no, I'm gonna drool on it and I don't want to leave drool stains on your nice pillow. No joke, that's the reason I woke up as stream was ending yesterday, because I made a puddle of drool in my sleep. No! My sister did that once with a textbook in school. She fell asleep face down on the textbook, like arms crossed over it, and just drooled all inside of it. I want to put just a little hint of a shadow underneath of the eye here. Just a smidge. Just enough to kind of accentuate it. This is a, for those who don't know, this is a makeup technique. I want a little bigger than that. And we're going to knock the strength down to about half. And just do a little pep. Just enough. Actually, I want to hide the eyes, eyelashes, all that stuff before I do that. It's a little bit darker in the center than I'd like, but it does add that layer of depth that I wanted. I don't plan on doing a lot in terms of highlighting, but I do want to bring out just the tiniest little bit of highlights in some areas. Also want to make sure that we get the corner of the mouth here. I mean, I guess when we drool, it means that we're getting some really good sleep. Yeah! I did drool onto a table more than once when I went to secondary school because I had to finish my work early and ended up sleeping during the lesson instead of disturbing everyone else, as I used to fidget my tapping pencil on the table. Oh no! Still got in trouble a few times for sleeping in lesson, though. Honestly, the expectation of kids to have to be awake at the ungodly hours that they ask us to with school. Ugh. Oops, I hit a polygon there that I didn't mean to. There we are. Uh-oh, did I miss up on these shoulder blades? I might have. Kind of. I wonder if I want to keep that close to the crease or not. Bump this up to 1. Drop this down to 20. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. We'll just blend it out. Had to get up and be out of the house by 6:30 a.m. to be in school by 7 a.m. Yeah, that's the shit that was so ridiculous. Our brains aren't developed enough to handle that. Ads will most likely start in about 3 minutes. You're jumping the gun just a smidge, but you were very close. It was 4 minutes. Thank you, Q. It's either 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. I remember having to be up at like 5 a.m. because I had to ride the bus to school. And our bus took so many stops and everything on the way to get there, it took at least another hour. Yay! Not quite. I'm sure you'll get me throughout the stream. I'm not fully focused yet. I gotta lock in. Adults nowadays can't even handle 9 to 5, yet expect children to manage 7 to 4 and do homework. Yeah! That's what I mean. Our expectation of other human beings is absurd. We also just kind of expect teenagers in general to go through asinine shit. Like, I'm sorry, the things that I put up with bullying that I later found out were arrestable criminal offenses in the adult world. Like, dude, come on, I was rightfully upset about this. The amount of fights and shit that I had witnessed between other students and whatnot. It's like, that's not stuff that the real world lets you get away with. You don't get to just like fist fight with somebody and then your only punishment is go sit in a room for a little bit. Like, nah, man, you go to jail. You assault somebody, you go to jail. Period. We don't write up a note about it and then have you go home for the day and come back the next day like nothing happened. Literally never did my homework. I oftentimes didn't either. If I didn't finish it on the way home from school, I often just wouldn't do it because my home time was my me time. I was a child of divorce and dealing with a suicidal mother at 7 years old. I had enough going on. Don't get me started on unprovoked assault. Exactly, though. Like, ugh. That's odd. Why is that happening? I never did homework. Homework is a scam. I'm going to sound like a boomer with this, but homework is 100% a scam. Once the child leaves school, stop expecting them to do schoolwork. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. All right. I think I want to do just the tiniest bit of highlights. And then we're going to get real meticulous in the corner here of the mouth. Yep, and there go our ads. My secondary school literally suspended me from school for multiple weeks for defending myself when I got attacked by other students, and then the students that attacked me just got put into a little room for a few hours. Exactly what I mean. Fuck that shit. That is bullshit. Schools really need to, like, learn how to fucking handle this stuff by now. It's kind of no excuse. That's a fun little thing that it's deciding to do there. Interesting. No joke, I got suspended for 2 weeks for retaliating to another student, sucker punching me in the back of the head, and the student in question only had to be in the "you were naughty" room for a day. Ugh. Good on you, though. Don't ever let those broken-ass systems stop you from defending yourself when you need to. The amount of bullying I got through out of my whole time in school would last me 3 lives over. Man, kids are the meanest. They really are, and it's such a shame. Okay, we should be back from the ads now. This is going to take a bit of play because our UVs don't really want to read to the edge in this area for some reason. Why? I do not know. But let's go ahead and go in on the map itself and try to clean it up some. Or not. Weird lag. Hmm. It's always the kids that either something to prove, kids that don't get enough attention, or those so insecure about themselves that they need to put others down to feel better about themselves. Ironically, that doesn't change on into adulthood. In some cases, they never grow up and manage to become teachers that tell students that they're a waste of space because they don't tuck their shirt in. Also true story from my secondary school. Man, shitty teachers are as bad, if not worse, than shitty students. It just makes no goddamn sense. Like, there are so many things that you could become for a career that is not a teacher if all you're looking for is to be mean to kids. Like, if you're insecure and you need to project that onto other people, I don't know. Go out and become a boss of, like, a fucking business firm. And if you can't land that either, then, gee, maybe that's what you're so insecure about to begin with. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Get good. I have very little tolerance for things like that at this point in my life. Predominantly because, I don't know. I had a very abusive father, and he oftentimes would tell me that if I managed to succeed at anything, that was the absolute bare minimum expected, and that if I ever even did manage to get it to that point to succeed, that that was something that anybody other than me could easily do. So my sense of self-worth was kind of non-existent for a really long time. But I had learned to weaponize that thought process because it then got turned into, well, if I'm capable of doing it, if I can do this, then there's no excuse. Because after all, if I'm the bare minimum and I'm still able to do this, then there's no excuse for anybody else. So then I started to hold the world to that standard. And that really turned all of it on its head because all of a sudden I became extremely capable, and it was the rest of the world that was failing to keep up. In a way, it was a little bit empowering, albeit very toxic in the way that it was formed. It was not a healthy mindset to be in. But whether it was intended to or not, it did teach me to value myself. Because yes, if I'm capable of doing it, if I was able to do this, why weren't you? If I was able to swallow my grief and swallow my anger and swallow my frustration with the world and still do this as society has taught, still be nice, still be upset about the way that I've been treated, but be adult enough and mature enough to respond mature and to not take it out on other people. If I'm capable of that, why aren't you? Be nice. Hello, Mew. We're talking about school experiences. Mostly just kind of cleaning up some of these details, marking out where I want different colors to kind of go so I can go and clean them up in a little bit. Sorry I haven't been around the stream a lot. I was cleaning my shoes and resting. No, you don't have anything to apologize, boo. You're not obligated to be here in the first place. I'm always excited to see you. I'm always happy to have you here when you are able to find the time for it. But if you're not, I don't take offense to that. You have a life, my dear. You have other things to worry about. And I'm glad that you're worrying about those things. I'm glad you're focusing on you. Did you call me boob or did I mishear? I believe I called you boo, but I can call you boob if you prefer. That's pretty good. All right, how's that eye looking? Do we want to have a thicker, darker outline around the lower lid like we do around the lip, or... No, actually, I think that blends in really well. I do want to do a bit of pseudo shading along the jawline. Let's go ahead and save, and of course, save our texture, which is something that you have to do separately, because sometimes if you don't, Blender will be like, ah ha ha, you fool. Posture check. Thank you, Mew. I'm trying very hard not to shrimp today, because I've been very bad about that lately. I actually had to take some painkillers before stream today, because my back's been hurting. No shrimping allowed. Feel that my back hurt so much when I was cleaning my shoes. Oh no! I was doing it outside with them on the ground. Oof. Don't be carrying any asteroids if your back is hurting. See, it's funny because you mentioned cleaning your shoes, and I thought for some reason you were talking about shoes that you were 3D modeling, because that was a thing that you were doing for a while. Speaking of which, Mew, how's that homework I gave you going? December's coming up. I'm just joking. You got some hedgy shoes to make. No, you're good. You're good. I'm only teasing you, Mew. It's Switch over. I need an act of God to bring back my 3D powers. Oh no. No, what you need is another ADHD hyperfocus. True and real. Nothing will allow us to get things done better and faster than when we have a new focus. I need someone to give me another bunny to model. Good catch, Aster. Somebody's had a newer rabbit model that I saw the other day. It looked very cute. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell you who because I didn't really pick up the name. I wasn't paying enough attention for it. Love bunnies so much. I'm sorry, Benuyes. Do I have a bunny OC? I have one. He's not one that I've really used much lately, but I am very fond of him. Maybe I should finish the possum model I was making my friend and never finished. The body just looked off, so I never finished it, despite the fact that I didn't even need to model the body. Oh no! That's always a bummer, though, when you're working on something that's just not coming out how you want it to. What the hell happened there? Is that a shadow? Kind of. Hmm. No, we don't want weight paint. We want texture paint. Thank you. think I need to turn off our diffuse for this. Oof, yeah, that helps tremendously. Oh, brother's here to help with my PC, so bye. Oh, yeah, good luck. Good luck with the PC. Actually got to clean mine out soon. All right, let's soften that edge just a little bit here. Do not need it that harsh. Oh, one thing I have not mentioned yet, which I've been meaning to mention, but today is our 3rd birthday of the week out of 4 that I'm aware of. Today is Spooka's birthday. Spooka is not with us just yet. They are probably still asleep, given what time I'm pretty sure that they went to bed last night. But if we happen to see them stop by, I expect all of you to give a very warm birthday message. Because they certainly deserve all of the happy wishes. Our final birthday of this week is Sassy. Sassy's actually live right now. Once again, doing a full birthday celebration all week long. I want to say today they're playing some kind of animal beat-em-up game. I have 2 bunny OCs, possibly 3. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie. Bunnies are not my favorite species. I have pretty much an entire armada of friends at this point who their main sona is a bun, which I have nothing against at all. It's just funny because I'm over here a raptor. And then I look at my friends and they're all buns. I feel a little bit
If
like
you
an odd
become
one out.
lightheaded from thirst, feel
Oh,
free
wow.
to pass out.
Thank you again for the hydrate, Esther. Ooh. You ever reached that point where water just all of a sudden is the most delicious thing on earth? Because you just haven't been drinking enough? That's where I'm at. We need to blend out these edges, but I'm a little bit afraid to, based on whatever lines up in this area. Ah, I see. We do want this to be lighter. Hello, hi, Abyssal Tree Demon here. One raptor in a group of delicious fluffy prey. I mean friends. It's alright. I'm the kind of raptor more like, oh, actually, this is a really cool thing to talk about. Are any of you familiar with a really, I don't want to say really old, but I think it's a really old anime called You Are Umasao? No? Let's see. I'm going to find a picture of it and link it in the show dump on the Discord. It's actually one that I've been wanting to go back and rewatch. Here we are. It's a very cute anime. I'm not a very big anime person. Not for any reason. It's just I've not found a lot of them that hook me very often. But it's very cute. It's about a T-Rex whose egg rolled out of its nest, and he ends up being raised by an herbivore. But then as an adult, he also ends up having an herbivore's egg roll away and hatch near him, thinking that he is its mother. So he gets kind of stuck having to raise this little Anki. And it's just a very cute story. The art style's kind of goofy, but kind of cool. It's very expressive. There are a couple parts that get a little dark, but that should be expected for anime by now. Maybe I'll host a movie night. That's something I've been wanting to do for a while now. I don't know how often I'll be able to and how sustainable it will be. But that was one of my favorite things to do with friends. It's just do a movie night every once in a blue moon. I was thinking maybe we'd do it like first Thursday or whatever, first Friday of a month maybe. Or maybe Mondays. Mondays would probably be good. Movie Monday. I know other people like to do community nights and whatnot. Blender. You know, for a program whose name is Blender, you would think that the blend tool wouldn't suck so much. It's a very crummy tool, though. My rabbit OC's not entirely sure if I'd count the third as a bunny, though. Let's take a look. Oh, Ellie's cute. Oh, I love the zipper bun. Ooh, a bat bun. I like that. Oh, I've never seen that kind of hybrid. That's really cool. Those are awesome, Q. I've been wanting to come up with more OCs lately, but I've been really struggling to find inspiration for anything. when I started to do self-harm and the teachers found out. Before I continue reading any further with that, Snake, I do want to say that that is a topic that is a little bit touchy and can be triggering to some people. So I don't want to talk on that too terribly much, if that's all right. Okay? The teachers found out about it, and they put me in the school person who would talk to the students about what's going on, and she legit said that you need to stop, but when I tell them that they are going to keep going, they don't listen. Yeah, unfortunately, schools just don't really consider what children are going through and what they're putting these children through enough. My bad. No, it's all right. That's the whole point of me communicating it. You didn't know, and that's why I'm letting you know. No harm done. Of course, I don't want anyone feeling like they are being censored either. It's important to be able to share these things. My big concern is just I don't want anyone to be triggered by certain topics, and I know when it comes to self-harm, that is one that can be triggering for a lot of people. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out for others. All right. Let's go ahead and pose this up, because I know the neck was having issues at one point. That's what we have to worry about, is that part showing. So, the way we're going to deal with that, I'm going to grab our mesh. We're going to hide the head this time. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and tilt it again so we can see exactly where that issue is starting. Okay. It's like a very clear line. Wah!
Katsu Drawn has raided the channel with 1 egg.
Well, hello, Katsu! It is good to see you. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for the punch. Waking us all up. How was Fallout 4? Oh gosh, you've disrupted the eggies. They're everywhere now. Let's see. 1 little egg. 2 little egg. Oh, I see we have a hatched egg down here. A roly-poly egg down here. I'll let you keep wandering around if you want. Get out of here, me. There we are. It was fun until I encountered a very infamous bug during a quest. No! I hope it didn't end up bugging your game too bad. We encountered one of those with Poppy Playtime not too long ago. Actually, I think that's how we ended stream yesterday, was security breach had crashed so hard because of a bug that we couldn't get it to reopen. So that's going to be fun to find out what happened to our save on Wednesday. Here's an example. When I came to my first class, I laid my head down because I was very tired. My social battery was draining heavily. I had my jacket on and I pulled my hood over my head. And one of the teachers came in, pinched my hood, and pulled it off. He actually pinched my hair and my hood was pulled down. It actually hurt when he pulled, so I told him to stop. And he would back up and be like, "Oh, you shouldn't have had your hood on." Man, teachers are fucking gross sometimes. Don't touch people. The battery needing to have a lever pulled and be ridden up the elevator before breaking the case. Yes. That battery needed such specific conditions to be broken out of its container. Now I can kind of see this line that we've got sticking out here. I was doing the Bobby Dig quest, and there was one wall you need to destroy right before you finish the quest, and you cannot activate the event to break it down because it refuses to work. Basically soft-locking you from finishing the quest. It has happened almost every time I do the quest, and it's important for unlocking the companion. Oh no! That's not fair! Man, Fallout's a game that's tough, because you really gotta...
Did you remember to save
Thank you, Q.
all of your files?
Thank you very much. It is important to be doing that routinely throughout this process. He would do that to all the students, for fuck's sake. Gross. Just don't touch people without their consent. I don't care what you're doing. There's no need to touch people. I could do the TCL command, which is no clip. Unfortunately, console commands decided to break at that moment, so I couldn't use that either. No! There's gotta be some way we could glitch it. It's my favorite thing to do, is find ways of breaking games that are already broken to unbreak them. Reverse engineer the breaking. Last night, right before I was going to bed, I decided to put on Astral Spiff's playthrough of Poppy Playtime Chapter 3, because I have deliberately avoided all Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 content for until after I play it. Didn't want to be, warned of things happening before they happened. But as I was watching his playthrough, I realized that we are very similar in the way that we play games because everywhere that I got kind of soft lock stopped, he did as well. It's like, I don't know if this feels validating or if we're both just the kind of people who game testers either do or don't want playing their game. Undo all the progress of the quest should work. Or hope console commands decide to work next time I boot the game up. I hope so. I do hope that you're able to get it fixed. There's nothing more frustrating than that. Alrighty. Hopefully that didn't change that too much. Let's try and unhide everything. See how bad the seam line is now. Not too bad. Not bad at all. Just reminded me of my old Spanish teacher, and let's just say that... Whoa! Boop! Let's just say that the only good thing my school teacher did was fire the man because he was the type of person that you really shouldn't want around kids, to put it gently. Fuck that! Ugh. Gross. I had a math teacher, a geometry teacher, who was just like that as well. He also got fired. My save data getting lost and having to restart, especially in a long-term playthrough. No! We don't want to lose that! Didn't happen now, but it would be more frustrating. Very true. I really hope that does not happen. That might be what happened to the security breach playthrough from yesterday. We were trying to spawn Gigamonty. And he actually ended up being deleted from the game entirely, apparently, by mistake. And then the whole game hard crashed, and we didn't know what to do. Let's fix that spot there. I don't like that. Sun wants to play with you again? Oh, I would love to play with Sun again. I wish we had more that we could do with Sun. That's honestly my biggest motivator for getting Help Wanted 2 up and working so that I can try and stream that on VR with you guys. Because I know he's got his own little mini game there, and I'm pretty sure he's even sassier. Like, I want this poor man to have a glass of wine already. He is so done. I feel like I need just a smidge of a shadow in this area. Just a smidge. He literally gives sassy aunt vibes as he hands out autistic licenses. I love him so much. I've been trying to let myself get back into FNAF because it's something that I've kind of struggled with for a while. There's been some drama that I've had to deal with and whatnot, but I've ended up like detaching myself a lot from characters who really meant a lot to me, and he's one of them. But through spending more time in positive environments and in areas where I can actually just let myself think about the characters and the fandoms and stuff that I want to be a part of and be involved with. Hold on a moment. Veronica! What are you doing? Are you being a little bit of a nuisance? Yeah? Hold on, come here. Come here, baby. Hi. Are you lonely? Yeah? You want to take a nap? Yeah. You're just disruptive because you're tired. Come here, Pumbo. Yeah, you're such a sweetheart. Get you a little bit of cuddles here so you can take a nap. Oh, baby, are you cold? Is that the problem? That makes sense. It is chilly. Do we have a blanket in here for you? Kind of. Here. There you go. That'll warm you up. Good girl. All right. Are you good? You're going to stay here? Take a nap. Okay. Good baby. Sorry, you guys are going to get puppy dog ASMR from me today because she is extra needy without her Grammy here. Vortex Zoomies Spinnies. Yeah, she's on my bed behind me right now. And she started to dig because that is something that she does when she wants to get comfy or if the blankets aren't right or whatever. I did not realize how cold she was, though, because she's shivering right now. So I got her a blanket, got her all bundled up. She'll probably fall asleep soon. Right, baby? That's a good girl. He says you've earned your artistic license, but it sounds a lot like autistic, which is extra funny because it's FNAF. And he actually is autistic. My Neocranium Gamer Sups cup came in today. Good. Congratulations. Bronx is such a baby girl. She really is. She's an absolute princess. Oh, and that fast dive. Nope, there it is. I was going to say I lost my pen. She distracted me just enough to forget where I was working. That's okay. I have to lift up the tablet anyway. I'm going to have to tighten the joints on my tablet stand, which is just a metal laptop stand. My tablet came with a stand, but it didn't get tall enough. So I went ahead and got one very similar to what you see on my avatar down here. It's obviously been cartoonified, but that's about how it looks. And because it's getting colder now, and I've had it for about a year, I think, the joints are starting to get loose. I'm going to have to tighten it. Ah, let's clean up the edges around this palm. Forgot how complicated Minecraft mod packs can get. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no joke with those things. Those are big brain. I am not big brain. I cannot comprehend. But also, hello, foe. You trying to get things set up for a server or something, or just a private game? RL craft anyone? Legit was making cobblestone machines to generate both netherrack and obsidian. Also private. Thought I could try and host a multiplayer. That'd be cool. I'm hoping that after this week has kind of settled and I've been able to take care of a little bit more stuff that's been on my palette, that I'll be able to actually download Minecraft again and get set up to play with you guys. Because I do miss it. It's fun building stuff and exploring. I know Locke's been on quite the Minecraft kick lately. Haven't heard much from him in the last 24 hours. I hope that he's doing okay. I know that new job's been probably taking its toll in the adjustment period. If you get a server set up, modded or not, I'd happily get reinstalled. Yeah, that'd be up to Foe. That'd be fully up to if he wanted to get to know some new people, have some new potential friends. I wish I had more time so that I could do things like that, because I love hanging out with you guys. Community days are a very beneficial thing. I would like to start hosting them myself. I'd enjoy playing it with you guys, however, I'm stuck in the Bedrock version of the game. Oh no! It's weird to me that they aren't, like, they haven't made it universally cross-compatible. I don't know how stuff like that works, though. I'm sure that it's not an easy feat to accomplish. Cobblemon or Pixelmon server. Legit the mod pack I was playing right now. All 9 mods, or all the mods 9 skyblock. I just now got into making circuitry to make endstone slowly. Literally the moment I get Java, I'll be playing Cobblemon. It is fun. Thank you for lurking, Katsu. Now I sleep. Goodbye. Good sleep, Q. Get some rest. Enjoy it. Have sweet dreams. Is this Flight of the Bumblebee, but like Pokemonified? It is. In the morning, I shall have to think if I get a silver mug or a D&D mug for my urine character here. Oh, both would be cute. From an artist perspective, silver's probably easier to draw, though. Unless you mean silver like the Sonic character, because I know that one's your favorite. Then it would just depend on what the artist is comfortable. I don't know if Vic does much Sonic art. I'm gonna get my D&D blanket. Well, and maybe the D&D mug to match? Or perhaps silver to contrast. I think I'm going to change our music. We've got about 2 minutes until our ad break. But I think I want to maybe look for some... Possibly just be the "it's no use" quote on the mug. That would be pretty funny. Honestly, one of my favorite pictures of silver ever is where someone recreated that meme of the guy pretending to levitate pizza into his mouth. It's no use talking to me before I've had my tea. Oh, that's very cute. Ooh, our ads are coming up in 1 minute now. What I'm going to do here is mark one finger with a bean. And then back when I switch over to Psy, I can just copy and paste this bean once I actually have it looking the way that I want it to. There go the ads. Any second now, anyway. Because Shadow drinks coffee, Sonic's an avid energy drinker, so it makes sense that Silver would drink tea, especially considering his bestie's a princess. Very true! Oh man, Blaze probably is a tea connoisseur. I feel like she's definitely had to teach him about tea, though. Like, I feel like she would explain the premise to him, and he wouldn't really get what tea is at first, and would assume that you could make tea out of any kind of leaf. It's just different kinds of tea. This is oak tea. This is spruce tea. And he'd be very proud of his accomplishment until she has to gingerly correct him. Maple leaf tea. She's endeared by his new types of tea. So this is one of those scenarios in which having like a 4K texture would kind of be a little better. And I might make this one a little higher res if I realize that these aren't looking how I want. But each one of these is, you can see the pixelation on them, and I'm not thrilled with that. But we shall see. Because at the end of the day, these are very small. That's only 4 polygons. Okay, sleep time, good night. Yes, go sleep! I'm sure I will still be around by the time that you wake up. And if I'm not, I will see you again very soon. Either way, enjoy your nap. Have the sweetest of sweet dreams. This music doesn't help. I'm sure I make all of you very sleepy with having this kind of music on. It's just very easy to listen to. But as I said, we might change it. Just depends on the mood. I've been introduced to some new Vocaloid music. I didn't know how much Vocaloid had changed, because the last time I had really paid any mind to it was before 2016. Honestly, way before then. But, Spook and Rosie were showing me some music last night. And Vocaloids have changed quite a lot. They've gotten a lot better at enunciation. I've always been a big fan of Vocaloids. Not enough to really know, like, the stories and the lore and whatnot, but I love the characters. I love the songs. Their designs are neat. I think it'd be really awesome to go to a Miku concert one day. I had an opportunity to once, and I did not go because I had a convention that was going on at the exact same time, and I prioritized the convention. But a little part of me, even though I had fun, I had a great time. It was a great convention. There is a part of me that always looks back and thinks, man, but what if I had gone to see Miku? It's a little crunchy. This side's okay, but that front side's a little wib wobbly. Can't say I'm the biggest fan. Man, I think the last time I did a texture before this commission was my player model for Poppy Playtime, and I had not finished it. I had just started one of the grab pack hands when I had ended up getting pulled away into other projects. Can't wait to get back to it, though. One day I will manufacture a working grab pack in VRChat. And I am so excited for that day. I've already got a prototype that is very functional in Unity currently. I don't know how functional it's going to be actually in game. That is something to find out later whenever I am able to get back to that project. He's got one on his paw, on his thumb pad here. One thing I've been really excited to get back into is working on my FNAF avatars. I really want to go back to working on my sun and moon. Like, playing Security Breach again has got me fired up for it. And they were so close to being done already. At least in terms of modeling. I wasn't going to do anything fancy for their model. It was just doing the base sun and moon as they are. I did want to do a bunch of fun animations for them, though, and that's kind of the part that always catches me up the most because I love animations. I love how they look. I like the process of making them, but I also hate the process of making them. And I was very much right about my DOG. I would say her name right now, but because I was right, I cannot. because she was tired. And she has fallen into a very deep slumber now that she is all bundled up in her warm blanket. And hopefully she will stay that way for a little while. I have a feeling that several of you are just kind of lurking for now, which is perfectly fine. I'm going to keep jib-jabbing, because that's what I do. I'm curious to know if anyone knows anything about the game mouthwashing. I've been seeing it all over the place, and it has taken off like crazy. I don't know how to feel about it, though. It's a very dark-themed game. From my understanding, I'm pretty sure that the game is about this spaceship full of people who work for a shipping station, delivering goods across the galaxy, and they are currently shipping out mouthwash, which is a metaphor for all of the shit that goes down during their time on this journey. It's very deep, very metaphorical, very dark subject matter. Looks about like the reference. We just need a thumb pad now. Okay, yeah, not that big. See, this is where this smaller texture file becomes a bit of a problem. And if I were more aware of what this was going to look like beforehand, I would have put the hand in a much larger area to preserve this detail. So, as I said, I may bump the texture quality up another K. Just to kind of hopefully address that a little bit. All right. I want to say that that just about does it. At least for that part anyway. Although I think that this gradient on the ears is going to have to be softened for sure. Yeah, that one's going to take a little bit of play, but hopefully I will be able to do that in Psy. Let's go ahead. Do we want to do anything with this upper lip here? Part of me feels like we should. Another part of me feels like we shouldn't. Well, we can always come back. What I'm going to do here is save. And then save our image. And then I'm going to go over into the Psy window. So let me switch our POV for what you guys can see right now. You can see Blender. Here's Psy. So I need to reopen this image. Because it has been changed in Blender since then. I'm also going to take my UV map, copy, paste. So now I can see where I'm drawing, where each thing is going to be. And now I can go in and clean things up. So anywhere that has like these choppy edges and whatnot, this is where some of it spilled over onto the next part of the UV. You can see there's actually a gap here. This is the inside of the ear. And this is where the inside of the ear gets cut out. This piece in this area is actually, I believe, this piece. And because they're separated like that, it makes for a much more crisp line along that edge. The only problem is, as you can see, there's not a crisp line here because there's been some overspill. Some of this color ended up making its way over onto this part of the UV map. So what I'm going to do now is go in and meticulously clean up all those little overspilled spots. Which won't be too hard because this has been kept relatively flat shaded. The only problem is I have to keep trading off with my Blender tools. Going from Blender to Psy, they have different hotkeys. And I do have to check that each time I do this, I'm not messing something up that actually needs to be there. So anything like this is actually overspill from a previous color that used to be here. So this is the top of the neck on the inside where I went in and had to clean some of that stuff up. It used to be pretty dark. So now, because we know this is on the outside of the model, we don't actually need this at all. We can color that right back to the base color. And we have to be careful though, because anything that goes over this could be a problem. And you might not think it, but there's just the tiniest little bit of darker color right here. You can just barely see, but there's our seam line. We have to be careful of that, because if I were to carelessly go around this edge too close, cleaning this up, that would show on the model. So we just need to be mindful, aware of what we're doing. and constantly be going back and forth to double check on things. Right now, I mainly want to focus on just getting the obvious. So like along here, the top of the ears. Honestly, everything in here shouldn't have anything other than this color on it. So we've got a guy there, we've got one here, 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 and around here. And this happens because I was not being careful with masking off pieces. I do have to be careful because there's some pieces that I do want to have just a little bit of overlay on, like this one here with the palm. This actually is meant to be here. This along these edges, that's meant to be there. It was rounding off that seam that wasn't cut super clean because of the topology. But because of that, I want to make sure that I get close to that edge, and this extra bit on the outside, we're going to get rid of it. Because if we don't, it's going to show a seam. And we don't need it to show a seam. Looks like we got another one on this edge over here. It's funny because texturing is something that I'm not super enthusiastic for, but it's also not something that's like all that hard. It really depends on what you're doing. It's more time consuming than anything. So, real quick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save. And when I do that, actually, there's a couple other stragglers over here I'm going to grab. There's one or two of these I want to check in Blender and make sure that I kind of grab them while I can. Okay, so it's our top one and our bottom one. So this guy here, you need to be entirely this color. And same with our buddy up top. You also need to be entirely this color. I love when they put rain sounds in these songs. The sound of rain is so relaxing. All right. I like this. I like where we're headed with this. We have cleaned up a lot of spots. All right. I'm going to go ahead and save. And now, when I jump back over into Blender, I will show you guys. So, there were a lot of little tiny spots that needed cleanup, predominantly here in the ears. You can see we had all this overspill. And all of this here, around here, and all this splashing. What I'm going to do is I am going to go back to my texture paint. I am going to make it so that you can see very clearly. We also have a big splotch there that I had to fix. This is not going to be perfect, but I'm going to reload my image and you'll see immediately, at least I'll make it the most obvious bits in the ears here. You'll see this just disappear. Poof. Look at that. Nice and clean. Gradients we still have to worry about. But that fixes up a lot. All right. I like that. Our next part that we're going to do is the tricky part. I'm going to start blending out all of these gradients that I have had to make in Blender. You can see they're very splotchy, not very smooth, and that's because Blender's blur tool is not a very good tool. I'm sure there's an add-on to make it better, but I have sadly not downloaded it. So we're going to do things my way. That was a very large sigh, Bronx. You wake up, baby? Hi, Pumpkin. You're nice and warm now. Good girl. You make me want to take a nap. Nice lazy day for all of us. Okay. Where do I want to start? I'm going to actually save a copy of this. And that way, when I start doing my blending and everything, if I mess something up, I will be able to come back and fix it. Alrighty. Get my blur tool and just flatten it, start going to town. What I should do actually before this, flatten it. I will make a copy of this layer so then I can look back and forth by turning it off and on to compare and see if there's anything that I did wrong, if there's anything that I should maybe back up on. Blah, 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 blah. What I want to be mindful of are my edges. Because again, the edges right now currently are pretty seamless, but we're going to have to do a lot of back and forth to make this work. This is the beauty of something like Substance Painter, because Substance Painter's going to pretty much let you do all of this with Substance Painter. But I do not have Substance Painter, and I am too poor to afford it. So we will make do my way. I've been told that Army Painter is just as good, or at least a good comparison. And I've been meaning to get around to trying it. I apologize for starting once again with his butt. It's just the roundest, most easy to tell whether or not it's blended shape. I do want to rotate it though, because I am tilting my head far too much for this. And I can feel that affecting my neck. Do not be like me. Be like me in your work ethic, but better. Settle for nothing less than your best. Strive for doing as good as you can. Don't cut corners, even if you want to. Because at the end of the day, you know it's not going to be your best work if you do. You know you can do better. I know you can do better. And I want you all to be able to do the best that you can. I want you to be proud of your work. Obviously, I don't want you to overdo it, but I want to encourage you to meet the potential I know that you have. And you're not going to do that if you cut corners. So don't. I want to see how good you are. You deserve to shine in your own light. Everyone does. There you go, right there, right above. You must learn the rules first in order to break them. It is true. You might think you can do it the other way, but you can only truly understand what it is that you are manipulating and what you're changing to make it better if you understand why it's done that way in the first place. And if you are autistic like me, that's your natural instinct, is to want to answer that question.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Thank you, Mime. We get taught early on not to ask why. We get taught to just behave. We get taught to not question things and do as we're told. And autistic people don't really like that. We like to understand. We want to know why we're doing what we're told. And we are oftentimes chastised for that, because that is seen as an insulting thing by allistic people. And I don't know why. I don't know why they're insecure about it. If your system is effective and this is the correct way to be doing it, then you shouldn't be offended when someone asks why. You should be proud and confident to say, this is why. And if you struggle to answer that question, then maybe you're the one who should be asking it and not me. All the world's systems could be fixed in a matter of days if we just let the autistics do it. We're good at fixing shit. I hope this is not spreading these shadows out too far. It shouldn't be. Let's take a look. This is what I mean about being able to compare. So because I kept a copy of the one before I started blending, now I can check it and uncheck it to see, okay, did I blend this out too far? Is this okay? Is this good? I'm not really sure how I feel about it yet. Mostly just want to keep things softened as much as possible. I'm gonna naturally want to reject it because it's not exactly the same as how I left it. And so there is a part of my brain that's like, no, it's not the same as what we left it, so it must be wrong. But that's not true. I do want to keep some of these sharper edges. This music reminds me of Animal Crossing back when COVID first started. I may not like that game much anymore because they did kind of cop out with it. But man, there was really just a unanimous moment of joy all the way around the world when that game first came out. Finally had something to kind of draw a community together. Okay. I'm going to save this for the original texture. And I'm going to go back over to Blender. And I'm going to once again reload my texture and see how this changes. See if I like how it looks. Okay. Pretty good. Very smooth. I don't see any real splotching. And this is without the diffuse on. Let me take a look at it with that. Honestly, it's really hard to see the shading at all with the diffuse on. But a general rule of thumb is if it looks good with the toon shader, or with no shading in this kind of case, it'll look good with any other shader. The problem with these splotches is that if you have the regular Toon Shader on it, Toon Shader will show everything that's not uniform. It gets kind of annoying. Okay. Let's work on another area. Nope. I keep trying to use those blender tools. They don't work inside. Ugh. I just thought about having to do Christmas shopping. Thankfully, I don't have a whole lot of people to shop for this year, but... Eek. I do hate having to Christmas shop. I'm also one of those people where I've never really understood gifts. Like, it's always hard for me to tell. Because some people have the love language of gifts, both giving and receiving. And I don't want to give the wrong impression. I don't want people to feel like they're not valued. I want to make sure that I'm doing whatever is going to be received as loving. And it can just be a little hard sometimes to figure out how that translates to some people. There's always so much pressure behind gifts. Not always. Certain people, though, there are. My aunt is one who was notorious for, like, if you gave her a gift that she didn't like or understand, or, like, could find some way to twist it in her head into it being an insult, she would. It's like, I don't know how to explain to you that this was not meant to be a backhanded gift. Like, I genuinely just was trying to get you something that would make you happy, but I'm starting to question if there is anything that will do that. Very fond of gift exchanges, though. Like Secret Santas. I think those are fun. Man, it's stuff like this that makes me wish that I could do this work while also hanging out in VRChat or something. Like to just be able to sit in a room with other artists and just kind of body double, silently work on stuff at the same time. It's like one of my favorite forms of intimacy. Just vibing. Especially if you get with somebody who, like, you know, you both operate on the same wavelength. You're not trying to, like, expend extra energy trying to pick up on hidden signals of, like, oh no, they're getting frustrated or they need a little help, or you can just kind of sit there and be cool. Or you know those signs easier than having to try and, like, predict them. Oops. Got about 10 minutes or so until the next ad break. I might step away for that one and go grab a granola bar or something, because I did forget to grab some snackies. I was talking about my sun model earlier that I had been working on. I never actually started making my Freddy model, which is good. I shouldn't be starting models every fucking time I have a new design in my mind. But I really would like to have a Freddy to go with Sun whenever I get him done. This song actually reminds me some of RuneScape. I think RuneScape is still around. I was obsessed with that game in elementary school. I was very bad at it too. And we'll go ahead and save again, just as a precautionary. Oh, I'm going to give myself a nice big stretch. That's a good one. Just one moment, please. Need to check on something. Okay. There we are. All right, back to what we were working on. Oops. Let's blur out these knees. I always wonder what my thumbnail is going to end up looking like when people are on the browsing page. I'm pretty sure I've given people some pretty weird ones, especially with Nep's butt. This butt's going to haunt me forever too, because I know Nep. Like, as soon as he starts wearing this in VRChat, I'm going to have to see so much more of this thing's butt, because he will not keep his pants on. It's like his signature move. I look at him, I turn around to do something, I look back at him, and suddenly, butt. There is a full moon on Neptune. And again, as a reminder, got about 4 minutes. The ads will be going, and I will be taking a small break after these ads, or well, during these ads, to go grab a snacky snack. I may also check and see who else is live right now, because I know we've got some birthday things going on. And I actually haven't heard a lot of noise today on some of the other streamers, when I know that there should be some stuff going on. I know Sassy's still doing her birthday stream. And with it being Spooka's birthday and all, I don't know whether or not she's trying to get up to anything today. I don't know if she's still asleep or not. But I would definitely like to make sure to check in with her. Oh, I do love when they put the tinky tinks of the rain falling on a hard surface in a song. It's my favorite kind of background noise. I really do hope that we'll get some rain soon. It really looked promising today. It was so cloudy. But alas, there was nothing. Oh, goodness. All right, there go our ads. They're going to start in about a minute here. Okay. Do another save. Did we do that one yet? What is that? We did not do that yet. That is the arm. This song's almost got like a circusy tone to it. I kind of wish that circus core music had more of its own genre. This is like Dream Circus. Okay. I'm going to stop here for just a little bit and go stretch my legs, grab a granola bar, and I will be right back. I trust not to find my chat on fire again. I have a feeling that you are going to break that trust. We will find out. I'll be right back. See you soon. All right. I am back. I see Spotify has moved on to Undertale. I don't have a problem with this. Undertale has one of the best soundtracks of all time. It's hard to believe that game came out as long ago as it did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, got a couple stragglers. You know, it's funny thinking about games and stuff, nostalgic games and whatnot. One that I was really into growing up was a game called Harvest Moon, which I don't think they've made any new ones of those in a really long time. And I think the reason for that is because of Stardew Valley. Because when I think about Harvest Moon, I actually think of Stardew Valley. Because it was all of the same things, but Stardew Valley did it so much better. I have fond memories reminiscing over characters from Harvest Moon, though. You ended up working for this really scruffy old dude. But he grew on you, you know? All right. Starting to reach that final stretch. Veronica, have you woken up? Are you a good baby? Yeah. We're just having a nice, lazy afternoon. I like this energy. I like what we've got going on today. It's quiet, peaceful. Just getting this work done. Not working too hard, but making good progress. Right, baby? Yeah, good girl. You want your belly rubbed? You need some belly rubs? God, you're warm. My hands are over here fucking freezing. It's because I have to keep them on the keyboard. There we go. Some good belly rubs. And look, what have I got? Oh, is that a little baby cookie? Good girl. It's the last of my baby cookies for her. They're just little tiny, like, small dog-sized cookies. And what with her being a very large dog, it's like an even more special treat in her eyes for whatever reason. Speaking of Stardew Valley, I actually haven't played that game since they updated it. I know they added a bunch of new stuff. I've been wanting to. I have a hard time letting myself play that game anymore. For literally no reason. I just always let myself feel like, oh, if I'm going to play a game that's about farming and working to make money and whatnot, shouldn't I actually be working to make money or doing something IRL? It's like, no, that's the point of a sandbox game. Is to do nothing, but to kind of get your dopamine of tasks checking off and whatnot. Nothing wrong with that. Time wasted being enjoyed is not time wasted. It's a difficult thing to learn. Our nervous systems in modern day aren't very well equipped for it. It really is wild to think that the year is almost over. Oh my goodness. Bless you, Bronx. Man, I hate doing body blushing, but I love the way it looks in the end. I'm keeping this one very subtle. Not nearly as intense as I did with the Butt Witch. I don't think that Nep needs it as much as she did. Oh! Got me a little bit that time. Finally done with work meetings for the day, and it seemed quiet. It was quiet. I'm okay with quiet. It's actually a lot of pixels that I've missed in here that I can't see on my tablet monitor, but I can see on my regular monitor. Me too also makes for prime jump scares. Y'all are lucky that I like being scared. Not so much like, so much as just don't mind. I like it in horror games, though. I'm excited to play more games. I've blasted through Security Breach way faster than I thought I would so far, but I also really took my time the first time I played through that game. I had to stop and stare at every individual little thing, every little texture, every detail. I don't think you guys would have had as much fun with that, but... Okay. Let's blur out under the clavicle. And blur out this shadow under the breast. I will be cleaning up the edges along here as well. But for now, I don't really want to worry about that too much. Okay. What I just did there was sharpen up the edge here on that one seam. Not really a necessary step, but just helps a little. Let's go ahead and save that and see how that one looks. Okay. I like it, but I'm gonna have to darken it some, I think. It just depends on if we go with that diffusing light or not. Slight gapping in our seams. Not horrible, though. Oh, that one's not great. That's a bad seam gap. Easy fix, though. Not something we can do anything about just yet. I want to sharpen that edge just a smidge. Back of the head looks great with the exception of just this one slight seam overlap here. And then these guys might need to be a little bit brighter now. Where are you still getting these? Bitch! Okay, you guys are the tufts on the inside of the ear, so you're down in the corner. Let's blend out the face blending. Actually, check the jawline. Can you look up for me, buddy? Oh, that's nice. That is a very nice, clean jaw. All right. back to Sai. It's funny just how much the character really comes to life once the texture's been applied. Now this is going to be the tricky part, is my face will become asymmetrical if I'm not careful. I mean, it's already kind of doing that, but there are ways to fix it. But I want to be very careful on the face. But nice and slow. What I think I'm going to try and do with this is blur and blend as best I can, and then duplicate it and lay it on top of the other side of the face. Whichever one I end up liking more, I guess. Oh, I've got to readjust a little bit. Oh, puppy's trying to get my attention. Hello, Bronca. Hi. You done with your nap? Kick the blankets off, gotta cool off a little bit. You still look pretty tired, baby. Mm-hmm. I wish I could sit with you, hon. That's her problem, is she wants to snuggle. Hello, Satan. Coming in here with that smug sun. I hope you've been having a good day. Ooh. If you heard that, that was Bronx. I can tell she is getting antsy again. She's wanting to move around. I'm gonna try and smudge some of these out. Satan! We aren't even doing anything exciting right now!
Satan just cheered 500 bits.
Thank you. I'm sorry for not providing a little bit more entertainment. Oh, look how colorful Popple is now. I feel like I need to figure out what it is that I could do to alternate what colors there are. I like that they indicate different things, but I also want to have more fun with it. One of these days I'll get around to coding my own tip jar system. Oh crap, I'm using the wrong tool. You distracted me, Satan. Too bad, Frag, get loved, bitch. Actually, you know who really needs our love? Not to deflect from myself here, but today's Spooka's birthday. And I did actually notice during our last break that Spooka is live right now. Spook finally got her stream going. Let's see. Oh. And it looks like... Oh, did they just get raided? They did! I'm going to give a shout out to Spooka. Those of you who are with me here right now, if you would like to, feel free to head over there for a minute or two. And send her your love. Tell her happy birthday. Because I don't think I'll be able to raid out to them by the time that I am done. I don't think they'll be streaming for more than 3 hours or so. But a very happy birthday to Spooka. We did not know whether or not it would be possible to get them up and streaming today because of an amalgamation of issues that came up last minute. But I'm very, very happy to see that they went live today. They've actually been working real hard trying to learn Blender and Unity and trying to set up a world for VRChat. They made some pretty astounding progress with it. They know more about making a world than I do at this point, I feel. I've never tried to make one. But yes, all that aside, thank you for joining us, Satan. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the bits. I had to go by the time that I had seen last night, but I did notice that you had been streaming last night. What was it that you were streaming? I didn't get a chance to see. Gonna do something a bit risky here. So normally I don't like to draw on the actual UV itself until I am doing more detailed oriented stuff. But I want to try and accentuate parts of this eyelid a little better. Not too much, like a single pixel at most. Who is in here knocking stuff off my shelves? Boko! What are you doing? Come here, Bok. Being a nuisance. Not really. He's just trying to get my attention, just like Bronx. They tend to get unruly like this whenever Mom's out of the house. They are very much her spoiled grandkids. kind of hate the way that this crimped in the corner of the eye, but not a whole lot I can do about that now. Soften this edge a little. Woof. That eye looked pretty rough before. Hopefully I'm not overdoing it. Man, Stardew has such an ethereal soundtrack. It's so nice. I'm definitely going to want to play this game again once I'm done streaming. It's just such good music, such good vibes. Oop. Sorry, I'm back and forthing it so that I can keep an eye on what I'm changing, how smooth it is. Posture check. I'm actually not shrimping for once.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
And
feel
hydrated.
free to pass out.
Actually, I'm going to throw in a did you remember to save for that too. Thank you very much, Mime. Always forget to save, so of course I forget that notification. Instead of an autosave at work. See, I don't trust autosaves because I feel like I get screwed over by them just as much. And that's purely my own personal inability to trust. Now, I may have darkened that way too much. I may have gone a little bit too detailed on it, so I'm going to go ahead and save. And we're going to jump back over to Blender. And we're going to refresh it, looking him dead in the eyes. And see what a difference this makes. Which eye we like better. Gonna be honest, I can't really tell the difference. I want to say this is the one that I just did, though. One way to find out. The top one is the one that I did, so yes, it is that eye. Honestly, I don't see enough of a difference to really constitute too much more. I do like how it looks, though, so I will be copying that one and putting it on the other one. Don't see... Doesn't really look bad from any other angles, as far as I'm aware. Could get funky, because painted on eyelids can get funky when you're doing different expressions and whatnot, but I will try my best to avoid that. At work there's unlimited space, so I've got it set to be incremental, so I've got a save every half hour. I can teleport to whatever time I want. That is good. That is fantastic. Definitely worth doing if that is your options. Let's blur out this nose. Ooh. Bronkaboo might be up to some mischief. I heard a singular boof from out in the living room. She has left me in my room here. Predominantly out of boredom. carefully try and blur out this lip. Maybe if you threw your stylus for her, maybe not. Oh man, one crunch. That is all it would take with her. I'll never forget when she was a puppy and I didn't have any room when we first moved, when we first got her and everything. Living with grandma as her caretaker, learning how to be a caretaker. And also learning how to be a first-time puppy parent. She managed to find my flash drive that had all of my backlogged, stored art on it. And it took one bite to completely destroy all of the original copies of everything that was on that flash drive. I was so heartbroken. Because several of those pieces I have no way of getting back. I have no way of recovering. Hello, Bronkadonk. Welcome back. Did you have a good little adventure wherever you went? And she's leaving again. All right, this one definitely blended out further than I wanted, so I think what I'll do is touch back in with the airbrush, kind of get closer to our edge. Try to replicate the sort of softness all the way around that we had before. Save once more. Back over to Blender. And we've been working on this side. Reload. Oh, look at that nice smoothness. Now the nose does have a very obvious divide at this point, but we can come back and touch that up. I would like this line to be a little more crisp, but we shall see. Still debating doing a darker line around the lip. Let's worry about the underjaw here. Yeah. Maybe that doesn't sound like a bad thought for some more definition. Yeah. The trickiest part with this is just trying to figure out what spaghetti's gonna stick. But I could say that about just about anything when it comes to doing model work. I'm going to try and stick to the same color palette and use the same soft shadow color that I've been using for elsewhere on this, like, paler purple blue, blurple, whatever color we're going to go with for calling it. Let's sample from where the belly button was. Actually, I think we've got a little bit of a darker shade in here. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to take the basic pencil and follow along the bottom edge all the way across. I'm actually going to extend the upper lip some. So that when we blur it out, it'll blur evenly across that outer edge. Sorry, I'm not keeping this in the middle of the screen, by the way. Trying to be more conscious of that. Now I'm going to take my airbrush and kind of lead up into that line to soften it a little bit, spread it out. I'm being very delicate with it because I don't want to add too much, and this is a very easy area to add way too much. All right, let's try that and see. It's not blurred out a whole lot, but that's okay. How do we feel about that? Oh, that is extraordinarily subtle. I guess we could be a little more daring and bring it up a little further. Don't need a whole lot. It's actually pretty close to what we want. It's more so in this area. And actually, doesn't he have a little, like... He does. I always forget this, but with furry characters, they have that little, like, cleft under the nose. I think I'm going to have to draw that on. Alright, back to Sai. Let's emphasize that line a little bit more. I do like how it's coming. Save it again. Probably not going to make a whole lot of difference this time. Just enough. That is actually perfect. The exception of the upper lip needs just a smidge more. That's all it needed really to break up that area. Whoops, and our ads are coming up in a minute here. Let's get that little cleft line in there as well. I think I want to make it a little darker in that corner, and it'll look a little better once it's been mirrored. There go the ads. And just because I can continue to work while I do it, I'm going to go ahead and mute while I eat a granola bar that I got earlier. No crunch'em munch'em sounds for free. With as much as I've been told that I have a good voice and everything that's easy to listen to, I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about doing ASMR content. But I feel like if I'm going to stoop to that level, I need to lock it behind a paywall. I am not a person who experiences ASMR. I kind of wish that I did. Neither do you. I don't think I've met anyone who does, honestly. I still kind of question whether or not it is a real thing. But I feel like it has to be for so many people to be into it. Then again, people are also kind of into mukbangs, and I don't get the appeal of that either. Alright, let's blur out that bottom jaw. You know that those two are up there. This one's gonna be a little weird. I like to watch How It's Made videos, but that's about as close as it gets. See, that makes sense, though. How It's Made, not only does it have, like, it's a very peaceful show. It's very low energy. It's not overwhelming and in your face and everything. But it's also fascinating. It kind of explains how the daily things that we take for granted work. So we believe Chitara is full feral. She'll only eat the dry food if it's been soaked by meat. We're slowly getting her to eat normal kitty food, though. That's good. Some cats are just stubborn about what they like. Mine have never been willing to eat any kind of wet cat food unless it's straight up pate. They won't touch flakes. They won't touch shreds. All they do is lick around it and drink the gravy and then leave the rest. Pate's fine, though. And that's all of the cats I've ever had. Legit, we have to blend her cat food in the blender and use the bottle because she'll be blind as a bat when it's in the bowl in front of her. Oh no, baby. She's just a slow learner. It's funny, after playing Poppy Playtime and finally beating it, now I'm just sitting here like, well, I have all of these thoughts towards Poppy Playtime. and nothing to do with them because the ARG has been set at a standstill for weeks. I want to know more about Chapter 4. Actually, one of the sculptors that I follow and have followed for quite some time, traditional sculptor, not digital, they just did a new video recently that was making a sculpture of Yarnaby. I haven't watched it yet, but the thumbnail looked really good. I actually miss sculpting traditionally. I used to do that a lot. Not a big fan of how this one's been turning out, but let's save it and see how it looks. It's so tiny it doesn't really matter. Good enough for me. So we need to duplicate the head piece and mirror it. We also need to blend out the front part of the shoulders, not soldiers. I'd like to get into it, but ugh, I hate working with clay. I can stand it for a short amount of time when it gets like nails on a chalkboard. Even though it's a texture and not a sound, like styrofoam, but not nearly so kill it with fire. Oh no! I get what you mean though. It kind of depends on what type of clay. Do you know what sort of clays you've used in the past? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just kind of curious. I don't know if it's any specific ones that would have the bad texture hashtag. Also, update on the mod pack. I am now extracting endstone by siphoning it from purpur blocks via an extractor. I don't know what purpur is. No, yeah. Whatever they gave me to use at school and then whatever friends had on hand. Never really looked into it much. If it was school clay, then it was probably like ceramics. In which case, ceramics are icky because they dry all powdery and mud-like on your hands. I used to do a bunch of ceramics in school. I kind of miss it, but I do not miss that texture. I'm actually much more a fan of polymer clay. Polymer is things like Sculpey, if you're familiar with that. It is a lot cleaner. It's more of an oil-based. And this is the tricky part, is trying to line everything up again with the other head that we have down here. Not quite. Mm. Not quite. Ow. It was me slamming my finger down on my desk. I misjudged how far away it was. Oh, well, good art college clay level. I use the word loosely, or good loosely, because, again, not sure, but would expect better. I've heard of Sculpey, but yeah, as much as I'm interested in the art of sculpting, thinking of touching the stuff makes my hackles rise. You might enjoy a special kind of clay called monster clay. That Oof, sorry. Again, with this cough, it's going to be off and on. Monster clay is what I primarily used back when I was making masks to sell on Etsy. I was making fursuit bases, and I would sculpt them, and once I had sculpted them, I would make a silicone mold, and I would pour resin into them. And I started out using modeling clay or plasticine, which is very, again, oil-based, sticky. Not fond of that one. But monster clay is a wax-based clay. It feels much nicer. It doesn't leave that kind of sticky residue or anything on your hands. It does leave like a feeling on your hands, but not gross. Like if you've ever stuck, like when you pick up a candle, if you've ever stuck your hand in wax from a melted candle or something, it's like that. And it comes in varying forms of firmness. I used to think that I liked using the softest form, but come summertime, it is very difficult to use that because it gets so soft it's practically a liquid. Don't mind wax. That stuff is fun to play with. Yeah! I'm very fond of monster clay. That's my favorite kind. I know this isn't going to line up perfectly, but I'm doing my best to try and make it as close as possible. Let's go one more pixel this way. See how that looks. Oh, wait. Oh, perfect. Yay! It's as perfect as perfect's gonna get. Perfect, yes. Because you shouldn't aim for perfect. Aiming for perfect is just going to disappoint because perfect doesn't exist. But if you aim for perfect, which is not perfect, it'll be a lot more satisfying. All right, let's go ahead and save that again, and we'll go see how good we did. Look at that. So clean. Got a little spot here on the nose that I would like to blend in a little better. But otherwise, that is a beautiful face. What is up with your cheek here? Hello, sir. Where is that? Over here. I see. None of that, thank you. Okay. Reload again. Yes, got rid of that. Handsome boy. Part of me wants to do a bit of a gradient on the tips of these cheek fluffies, but I worry that that's going to shape up or change up the shape of his silhouette when it's the ears that frame him so nicely. How does he look on his reference? Yeah, I don't want to fuck with that too much. All right. Part of me wants to make these light blue, light purple marks a little darker. But again, we're seeing them a lot more prominently because this is the Toon shader. If I were not to be using the Toon shader, it would not be quite the same. I almost want to do a gradient up the inner side of these ears, though. But if I do that, I'm going to start getting carried away. Don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Gonna keep it clean, keep it simple, keep it where it's at. All right, let's go ahead and focus on these ears a little bit, because after they are cleaned up and good, I'm going to move on to the hair, eyes, and mouth. I'd like to get his inside of his mouth done. If nothing else, I want these textures as close to done as possible so that next stream, if not the end of this stream, we can kind of start on at least some shape keys maybe. We'll see. So let's go back to these ears. And I think I want to play with kind of forcing a gradient. It's going to be tricky because trying to line them up with the backs is not going to be something that they personally like. Let's try it. First thing I'm going to do, grab this purple in the background, fill in all of the current gradient.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Satan. Oh, it's funny how quickly I'll switch off into being too focused. You guys always catch me.
Did you remember to save all of your
Thank you, baby.
files?
And thank you for the reminder to save. I've actually been saving a lot, but thank you. Every time I save the canvas here is when I go over into Blender to update it and see how it looks. It's kind of the cool part about having multiple programs that can do work on the same files. What part was I doing? Oh no. Satan, you wiped my memory. Chitara just woke up, meowed at me, and then fell back asleep. Aw. She's so baby. Oh, ears. That's what I was doing. All right. I would like to try something a little funky. I'm going to take my gradient tool. I'm going to make sure that one color that I have is the background color of that lighter purple blue. And then the secondary color is this darker color I've been shading with. I'm going to go into the tip of the ear. And I'm going to drag my gradient tool. And I'm going to pick a number. There we are. So going in straight from the very tippy tip pixel of the ear and dragging this gradient tool out to reach, trying to keep it as much in the center as possible. But now I'm going to count how many down that I stretched to. And then I'm going to do the same thing to this one, which is the front of the ear, and I'm going to hope that having counted the same number of polygons, that this angle will line up once we put it back on the model. Frag, I'm going to join you in the art. Oh, yay! What kind of art are you going to work on, Satan? Let's count off these, because I'm going to not pay attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, what's up? Hi, Ink Bleeder. Glad to have you around. All right, let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have a feeling that this may not work like I thought. But we'll find out. It's the only way to find out is to try. All right, so I did that for both of them. Now I'm going to select a rough outline. A little ways down. And I'm going to cut this piece out. Delete the excess, paste. Do the same thing for the other one. Cut it out. Delete the excess, paste. And just because I don't know how it's going to go, I'm going to go ahead and save it again. Hop back over into Blender, and we're going to reload it to see whether or not the gradient on this ear actually looks good. So this is how it looks currently. We got it from the front view, back view, side view. Let's reload. Okay. Looking pretty good. I don't see a seam. Oh. Very faintly. Very, very faintly. So I'll have to go in and play with just those edges a little bit, trying to line that back up again to make that less visible, but it's already pretty hard to see at a distance. So I'm going to try and do the same with the rest of the other two ear sets. How are y'all doing? We're doing pretty good. Just chipping away more on art. Working on this avatar. Every time I get to work on this thing, it gets better and better, and I'm so fucking excited to get the clothes on him so we can finally get him over in Unity. I'm gonna try and work on my OC. Try being the keyword. Try is all you can do. There is nothing wrong with try. I should blend that part of the arm there. All right. Let's get to the rest of those ears, though. If you feel comfortable sharing, Satan, and you do end up drawing something, I would love to see. Trying itself is a victory? Yes. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much you think about art. It doesn't matter how much you study. It doesn't matter any of that stuff if you can't do it. You should aim to do. All right. I'm going to save myself a little bit of a headache here and preemptively draw a border around where I want this gradient to go, because there was no real reason to do it over the entire board. And we're going to do the same thing as before, count from the tip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm going to drop that right in the middle. And we'll go back over to the ear that matches that one. Draw ourselves another little outline border. Grab our tool, start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is more of an approximation than anything. And apply. And just because it's something that is easy to fix up and do, I'll go ahead and do the last ear and hope that it comes out good. I can join you for an art session in the future. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I've not really been having as many people as guests because I realized that I was actually getting myself too distracted to get the work done that I wanted to get done. So I've tried to be a little bit more conscious of that for when there are things that are like tasks I need to focus on. But I would like to do more in the sense of community stuff. I want to do more. I was just talking earlier about wanting to do like a community day. Get some people that I'm known enough that I feel like they are not going to cause any disruptions or anything. Is this still in Blender? Yes. So right now I am using both Blender and Psy. So when you see me doing 2D works, this is Psy. And I am working on my texture in Psy actively right now. And then when I am ready to, I will save it as a PNG. And then I will jump back over to Blender, which is currently reading the PNG as a material on this window. And because I have already saved and updated the file in Psy, I have to manually reload the image here, and that will cause it to update on the model in real time. So then I can see things like the ears. Normally you wouldn't do this sort of thing if you have the appropriate programs for things. So Substance Painter is the program that you would normally be using to do texture work. Blender is one that you can do in. I've done everything in Blender so far up until now. Now I'm just going in and cleaning things up and making them a little bit more streamlined. Like his face, for example. I went into Blender, or I went into Psy to start blending out some of this gradation and whatnot. Still needs some places cleaned up, like the bridge of the nose here where the seam is. You can see there's, well, when I zoom in, you can't see it as well, but you can see there's a little bit of a disruption in our gradient here and here. That's along the seam in the center of the nose. So those things I'll still need to clean up in Blender. I'd love to use Substance Painter, but Adobe. Yeah. As mentioned before, Army Painter is one that is considered to be a comparable to Substance Painter, but I also have no experience with that one. I've heard some good reviews about it, though. I've heard it's a little bit challenging to use, especially if you are used to Substance Painter. But if you're not, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh yeah, Ink, I really liked that picture that you shared of your OC. It was a very good one. That artist did a wonderful job. Question to see if I've got some theory down. So technically you could spread the UVs out and have as many shaders as you want, but for the purposes of optimization for VR, the less... Oh! Spooka! Hello!
Spooktown has raided the channel with 12 eggs.
12 eggs! God damn! Happy birthday! Everyone, we have to wish Spooka a happy birthday because today is their birthday! And that was their first ever stream! Hold on. Do we have a birthday song we can put on? I'm gonna go with the first one that comes up on Spotify. Let's go. Happy birthday, Spooka. And Rosie! Hello, Rosie!
Sorrowful Roses has raided the channel with 8 eggs.
We're celebrating Spooka's birthday! Oh god, bye everyone. You've all been exploded. Wait, hold on, there's a Minions version. Okay, I hate this. No, we're not doing that. I'm so sorry. You want the Cocoa Melon version? We've got that too. Hello, everybody. We're just goofing around. Thank you for joining us. Spooka, Rosie, how did your game go? I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to stop in again and see more of it. I miss playing Lethal Company with you guys. Wah! Here, I'll put something other than birthday songs on. Oh, wait, but they've got a Kids Bop version! Y'all want to listen to Kids Bop? What do they got? Uptown Funk. No. The last moon we all died in like 2 minutes. Oh no! Man, I fucking love Lethal. There we go. Get some of that goofy music back on. Kids Pop, let's go! Well, thank you for joining us, everyone who came from the raid. Thank you for celebrating Spooka's birthday. I hope that it was fun. I hope it was wonderful. There's a lot more still in the day to celebrate. About to be doing my Hear Me Out cake. Oh, bitch, you better post pictures. Let me gather up all you new little eggies. Who we got here? Sweet Fallen Angel, good to see you. Death by Snoopy, good to see you too. Here we have... Oh, there's Kisa, back with you. Put you up there. Bawakas, they knocked you down with the bombs earlier. Sassy, hi! Oh, that's you, Ink. And Husky. We've got a whole lot of eggs now. Oh, I missed one. Brad! Hello, Brad. Of course, Snake, the guardian of the eggs. All of you are welcome to hatch from your eggs if you're a follower. It's under the Stream Avatars button, which is the twinkle beside my head if you're on desktop. If you're on mobile, it's going to be in the chat bar above the chat itself next to the gift a sub. It's like a little +1. Oh, where did my mouse go? Gonna be recording it? Good. I look forward to it. I want to know who was on your Hear Me Out cake. I'm excited to see how many of them I agree with. I don't believe we have any newcomers here, but in case we do, I'm a variety streamer. Keep things pretty chill around here. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do art. Tuesdays is 2D art, so digital drawings and whatnot. 3D Thursdays are today, where I work on models, and right now we're working on Nep. I'm working on his texture. He is currently naked. The world has seen far too much of his butt. And I'm adding the gradient onto the rest of his ears now. And then I will probably switch off at that point. Oh, wait, no, we've still got some beans to add. He's got some paw pads that I need to continue working on. But then afterwards, we're going to throw on some sparkles on this space-themed hair of his. And then work on this arm. He's got like a cool trident on this arm. Actually, what am I doing? I've got his reference right here. Hold on. There we are. So this is a gorgeous reference that is made by, on Twitter, they used to go by I am E Spectre. I don't know if they still go by that on Blue Sky or if they still have a Twitter, what with the recent Twitter purging. But beautiful reference sheet by that artist of Neptune. Character is owned by Neptunian on Discord, but he is also Neptune all over the place. I think he goes by Living Neptune in most places. Why not have the stars on PC be shader based? I will. I'm planning on trying to learn Poyomi for this, and doing those speckly glittery stars. Nep actually has a unique shader already that he wanted me to try and plug in and use on this model, so I'm not sure how that's going to work. But I'm also probably just going to make a quest version that has sparklies already kind of drawn in place, just in case we can't get it to look as glittery as I would like it to. But you have so many eggs to guard. If any of them hatch, blow them up. I say that affectionately because blowing them up is the easiest way to knock them out of the bin. You may end up knocking yourself out as well, though. Sent you what I'm working on in DMs. Oh, let me take a look. Can see him struggling with the eyes. I cannot see that at all because they look absolutely incredible. Actually, they kind of remind me of stained glass windows. Ooh, I like that. If you need any advice for it at any point, just let me know. I absolutely will, Mew, and I appreciate that so much. Let me do real quick. I gotta count some of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll go with about there. And our last ear up on this side. One, two, oh, it's hard to count at this angle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Let's go ahead and save that and see how it lines up. So we'll trade back over to Blender. And this is the cool thing that we've been doing since I don't have Substance Painter and I don't know how to use Army Painter yet because I have continued to repeatedly shirk the responsibility. I'm just working on whatever art program I have. And because this is just a PNG that it is loaded to read as the texture, all I have to do to see how it looks in real time is hit reload. Boom. Now we've got gradients on the ears. Look at that. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think I need to clean up the seams. They're really hard to see. I might go in just a little bit with the blending tool.
Did you remember to save?
Did I remember
all
to
of
save?
your files?
I did. Thank you, Rosie. I will go ahead and save the Blender file because it's been a while since I've done that. Not that I've done a whole lot over here. Copying my question from before the glorious double raid, so technically you could spread the UVs out and have as many shaders as you want, but for purpose of organization for VR, the less shaders it has to read, the lighter things are. Sort of. You really only have one shader per material, I believe. Mew might need to correct me on that. Really what it is that you're trying to keep it to the minimal amount of materials. And texture sizes. So because this is a large PNG, I think we went with 3K. So it's 3000 by 3000 some pixels. And that's a pretty hefty image. But they can go even higher. Some people go all the way up to like 6K and shit like that, which is necessary for certain things, but not totally necessary for a lot of things. Obviously, Nep is much more of a stylized, cartoony-esque character, so he's not going to need that high-res for insane detail of, like, the inner workings of his nostrils and shit like that. But he only has 4 materials. Oops. Bronca! She's trying to get my attention now because she's bored. But as we see over here, he's only got 4 materials, which is 3 more than they want you to have on Quest. Quest is extremely limited on what it can run. It's essentially just a glorified mobile phone. But that's okay. We make it work. Each one of these materials has a shader, or will have a shader on it. So you can just essentially put whatever you want for that. Again, Quest can only run certain ones. Hey! No! Don't steal garbage just because you're bored. Go get a toy. Go get a toy. Stop it. Stop stealing my garbage. It's napkins. You just want to tear it up to make a nest. No more. Go play. Go play, Bronx. There you go. But yeah, for your materials and whatnot, it's really just a matter of trying to compact your UVs as much as you possibly can, sacrificing as little as you possibly can. So for example, all of my little hair tufts and whatnot that are kind of hidden because we don't have the shading on right now, they don't need a lot of detail. So we kind of just smushed them all in the corner. Ooh, you can't really see it from there. We smushed a bunch of them down here in the corner because they don't need any detail. But the face needed a lot of detail, so we made it bigger. Same with the body. The hair is all on its own because I wanted it to have gradients and whatnot. It's just sort of a lot of like pre-planning, trying to be a little bit considerate and strategic with it. But the less materials, the better. I've seen models that have like several hundred materials before. Usually it's anime characters, and it's usually because they have 1,000 different outfits and 1,000,000 different toggles for various other things, and every individual accessory is on its own material because no one has bothered to learn how to optimize anything. Also, I apologize for the cruncha-muncha sounds that you're getting right now. That is Bronx. She has decided to destroy her water jug a little bit more. I said that I'm struggling with it because you can see where I put the old eye in the bottom left because I didn't really like it. Oh, see, I like the variation between all those different eyes. Each one of them is very unique. Frag! Hi, Rosie. Oh, hamburger? Okay, yeah, it was the limitations that I was curious on. What is the difference between shader and material then? So material is what is telling the mesh a multitude of information. So right now, oh, let me grab the right thing to slide over. All right. So you can see that this part, all this metal stuff, is shiny and glossy. And that's because the material holds more than just the texture. The texture is just your image. But the material itself, represented by this ball, contains the information for all of your textures, all your PNGs or whatever file format you've decided, as well as additional information, which is all hard to see and understand. But this stuff here, I'm using nodes currently because that is simply the way that it plugged in, and I know nothing about nodes. But all of these things have sliders and whatnot, these, that will do different things to affect it. So this, for example, if I plug this one in here, that has now told the material, okay, apply this specific form of shadowing. That's what this shader is telling it to do. But you can have some pretty crazy stuff. I'll actually stop for a second and show you one that somebody else made. Save changes, save modified images, yes. So I have worked on, I'm going to pronounce this name wrong, Zeratine? Hold on, let me get their Gumroad. Zetirano. Sorry about that. Zetirano is a really awesome sculptor. Here is their Gumroad link for the models that they have available. They've actually, not too terribly far back, made one of the avatars for one of the people who is a mod for VRChat. If you've seen the TV-headed character with the horns in some of their updates for, like, whenever VRChat has new updates and whatnot, that avatar was made by this person. So I will show you that the RoboFizz that I originally worked with by them, I believe their pronouns are he, him, but I'm not totally sure, so I'm just going to stick with them for now, unless somebody else can give further clarification. But this is that model. This is the untouched version. I have not done any edits to this one. So this is just the raw file, how it came. And as you can see, it's got some blooming glow effects going on here. And that's because when we pop over here to look at the shaders and whatnot, here we got a huge map. I say huge. It's not really that big. I just don't know anything about how these work yet because I have not sat down to teach myself. But each one of these things contains information for the material, which is this ball, one of these two balls here or whatever. It's going to show you all of that. So we have, this is a PNG. This is for the emissions. This is for everything that glows. And then this is going to tell, from this information, all of these different stats. So the hue, the saturation, the value, all that stuff. And then that gets plugged into this emission shader, which is, I believe, what tells it to glow, which then gets plugged into this mixing shader, which I don't know what that does other than combine it with these other traits from this diffuse file, which again has its own settings. Combines it with that, plugs into here, also seems to plug into here, whatever this does. Bunch of stuff to keep track of. And then all of that gets plugged into the material output. And that's how it knows what to read for all those different things to make this part glow, to make this part flat. Actually, one of them I was messing with the other day. I want to say this one. So this actually will mess with this cell shaded effect. Again, I don't know a whole lot about it, but if I toggle that, you can see how it changes just how much of the model it's going to kind of cover with that. So that's your shader. Your shaders are, you know, the things that are plugging into that. These emissions, these PNGs and all, those are your textures. And then your material output is how it's going to look. Nodes are a world in and of themselves. Totally get the difference better now, though. Yeah. I'm glad I could help in any way. Honestly, I need to spend some time and sit down and really explore this stuff. Actually, I've already forgot the pronunciation of their name. Zertano? Zatirano. Zatirano has made an awesome tutorial for making your own shader. Let me go ahead and link that as well. It's a cool, like, hypnotic glasses shader that they made. Here we go. So there is a link to that tutorial. And that is for what is called a parallax shader. Very cool stuff. Double thank you, of course. Let's get back to Nep. All right. Oh, that's right. I wanted to get his mouth and stuff done once we did that. Let me try doing a gradient on the inner ear area just to see how it looks. Because I'm starting to feel like it needs it. So we'll grab a little bit of that darker bluish color. Go back over to our earsies. Okay. And just like before, I'm going to do the gradient. I guess I should count how many up I'm going. Let me look back at the model real quick. How far up do we want this to go? Not very. Whoops. And ads do start in 1 minute. This one, I think I just want it to be straight. I don't want it to do a circular gradient. And I think I am going to stick with... Yeah. So how many is that? From one corner to the other, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, and ads are starting soon. Any minute. My hand was getting a little too shaky for that one. There they go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe they are all mirrored on top of each other too, so it shouldn't be something I have to worry about. But let's find out. Save this as a flat image. Go back over to Blender. Reload our image. Nothing happened. Did I forget to save it? No. Blender, hello? Maybe there just isn't enough. Ah, no, there isn't. We have to darken it. Okay. Back to Sai. I think what I might do, honestly, let's see how that one looks. Really tried to push it a little harder this time. Could have gone too much, though. Nope, I don't think I like it. don't know. Maybe it just goes too far up. Let's try and shorten it. So subtle. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. I don't hate it, but I also kind of don't like it. I think I might keep it, though. Well, hello!
Bopper, if your snoot can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow. The bopper of your snoot. Wow! Living up to your name.
Did you remember to save all
I
of your
remembered to save? Yes.
files?
I have, but I will do it again because you can never save too many times. I'm just chipping away working on a 3D model for VRChat. And I think I've just about finished up with these ears, and I'm going to go in and start messing around with the interior of the mouth. Share a positive thought. I'm going to boop a cute dino. Ah, wah! That is a wonderfully positive thought. What kind of positive thoughts do I have today? We have to gift exchange those positive thoughts. Gotta think. I haven't actually done a whole lot today outside of just streaming. I think my positive thought today is that I am enjoying my time with my dog alone. Because grandma, well, her grandma, my mother, went out to dinner with a friend. And so I just get to spend this night with my pupper. Me and her. Thank you for the boops. Actually, if you're familiar with stream avatars, you should be able to hatch from your egg now, but it doesn't look like it has added you. Booper, where are you? Nope, that's Rosie. There you are. Yeah, for some reason it didn't apply the name tag correctly. Let's see if we can fix that. It might have a little bit of trouble connecting. Oh, no, there you go. So, anytime that you wish, you may hatch from your egg. Or you can just stay an egg if you want. Whatever works for you. If you're not familiar with stream avatars, I'm more than happy to walk you through it. All right, Nep. Let's go ahead and work on your maw. Because I think we're at a good stopping point on the rest of the texture for now. I will still have to go in and clean up certain edges, you know, places in here. A little bit of overspill here. I might try and do a little bit of a like fur texture maybe. Still kind of on the fence about that. I personally like to do a lot of crisp edges, but I don't know if it'll look good or not. He's already got one nice little clean lightning bolt fur tuft cut here. So I might try and replicate that elsewhere. We'll see. Such a handsome boy. All right. Let's switch materials. We're going to go to edit mode. We're going to grab the hair, eyes, and mouth, and then back into texture paint. That's going to automatically open up our other material, or other PNG, which has our toe beans, our teeth, our tongue, our gums, all that fun stuff. And then we're going to go back into Psy. We have definitely saved where we left off on this, so I don't need to keep this file anymore, aside from my own personal use, which I will. I will come back to this version to be able to edit later, because I do still need to add the rest of his beans. I'm just kind of not feeling it. I want to make sure I get to the mouth. So now we are going to open up the texture for the eyes, hair, and mouth. And actually, I already had one of those. Let's open that one instead, because it should have the UV map already on it. It does. So get rid of that. Get rid of this rogue paint. What file? What fucking layer is that on? There we go. Ah! There we are. Okay. Now, I do want to check. Let's turn off the shader on here. No more diffuse. Give it our toon flat shading because I want to see how this looks. I think what I want to do is do... Can we open your mouth, bud? You need to tilt your head back just a little bit and open that beautiful maw, which your head is going to clip through the back of. Yeah, we got to make a shape key to deal with that later. I think what we'll do is do a slightly darker gray on the inner teeth. Yeah, let's try that. Crap, I gotta figure out which ones are the inner teeth. Okay, our inner teeth are the upper ones. So these guys. Man, I really went all over the place with these layers. Let's just flatten them. I don't want to make it as dark as this, but dark enough. Let's try that. We will hop back over to Blender. Reload the texture. And I think we do maybe want to go a little darker with it. Either that or we want to go darker on the inner edge, and I don't think that's the way that we want to do that. I think I'd rather darker inner teeth. Reload it again. There we are. Look at that. So now we've got a clear defining line between all those teeth. And my dog is punching me. What do you want, baby? What do you want, Bronx? I know you're bored. You know what else I know? I know we're almost done with stream. I also know that you don't have to go out. Because I took you out right before I started stream today. That's why I was late. So you can wait. Yep, you can wait. Bronca's being extra needy today. All right. I personally am not the biggest fan of this beigey pink. I'm going to probably tweak that a little bit pinker, if that's something that Nep is okay with. I know that that is not necessarily keeping to the reference, because the only spot of gums that we have is back here. But it just kind of stands out, so maybe it'll look better with his clothing and whatnot, but I am going to try and make it a little pinker. There is no opposition for that. I hope we enjoy getting vored by Nep. So let's take this color. Oops, not that one. I'm going to tweak it just a bit pinker. Maybe not that pink. It's a little too saturated. That matches with the color scheme a little better anyway. Is it still too bright though? That's better. Okay. I believe this is the top of the mouth. This is the tongue. This is the underside of the tongue. So let's just throw some flats in for now. What is our darkest shade that we want to use? I do not know how the seams on this one might go, because I'm not double checking them. If they go well, that'll be good. If they don't, I will have to fix them. I can predict until the cows come home, but I won't know until I do. So it's best to just do. There we are. A couple of gradients slapped down just to add some depth. And we will pop back over to Blender once more. Give it a quick reload. And look at that. Actually looks like a mouth now. I would like to darken up that central seam of the tongue. So let's figure out what side of the tongue that is. The inner edge. Easy enough. And then do we want to do some kind of ribbing along the upper part of the mouth? How would that work? Something akin to that, although that doesn't perfectly line up with everything. It's got wiggle room. It's got potential. I do also want to try and include a back of the throat. About there. Okay. Maybe wider. It's about 6 polygons. We can do that. Back to Sai. Let's do that back of the throat first. It was in this quadrant. Which way was that facing? Well, hello again, Undertale. Do 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 do. Did you see the recent posts Toby Fox made? I don't think so, no. I know he's been posting a couple of like short clips of kind of shitposty things that some people have been showing me. I'm not sure if I understand them or not. He's in the house like carpet? Oh god. Has anyone checked on Toby? Is he okay? Should we be concerned? Carpet, carpet. Check it out. I'm in the house like carpet. I think Toby's in his natural form. You know, I think you might be right. Oh! Into the pit! Rosie! How could you do this to me? You'll never find me now. I'm sorry, what? Toby Fox wrote a song about Mpreg? That is not what I expected to find as I left the ball pit. The Homestuck days. AKA the baby is you. It's all one big Homestuck shitpost. I never could get into Homestuck. I didn't understand it. Didn't really have any issue with it. I had an issue with some of the fandom, to be honest, but I don't blame Homestuck itself for that. Every fandom's gonna have its rotten eggs. I remember that. Toby Fox is great, where John Egbert gives birth to himself. Oh my god. Maybe it's a good thing that I missed out on that. Some people tried to get me into Homestuck, but I think it's a bit too big for me to experience. Says the bitch who's watching One Piece from the fucking start. Excuse me? At least One Piece has a consumable form in a show. It's a lot easier to consume. That valid. Homestuck was very formative to me in my storytelling. Homestuck is a read. Is it a read, though? I am still yet to know. Is it a read? Is it a game? Is it a web show? What is it? I do not know. I tried reading it so many times and never did it make any more sense. I just was left with even more questions. It's a webcomic. It's a read. It's multimedia. Oh, fuck. Oh, what time was that? 1 second, guys. Sorry, I forgot we had plans for Spooka's birthday, and I was already late for streaming, so I just was so focused on trying to get streaming ready. Streaming ready. Oh. Crap, yeah, that is soon. Where are we on the stream time? Oof. About a half an hour off. I hate to end things early, but I don't want to hold things up for Spooka's birthday. Okay. Welp. I apologize. I lost track of time. I'm going to go ahead and finish doing the gradient on this tongue, and we're going to call it there. Sorry for the short notice here. I just completely lost track of time. So real quick, we'll go with the straight line tool. We're going to drop the opacity here and go right along, do a short gradient along the edge of the tongue itself for that nice little crease that goes down it. About 2 polygons in. Okay. Let's see how this comes out. Give it a quick save. Pop back over to Blender. And give it a refresh. Look at that. Not the most thrilled with the tongue crease itself. Ooh, not a fan of how that looks, actually. Back of the throat looks okay, though. Gonna come back to this. Unfortunately, we are out of time right now, though, to do that because of not wanting to miss out on Spookle's birthday. So this is where things will end here. This was amazing progress. I'm very happy with things. We are getting there bit by bit. I forgot there was texturing to do today, so I apologize for not being as clear about that. Look at him, though. He's so handsome. Nep, I know you're going to come back and look at this to see the final results. Ignore the fact that his throat is sticking through the bottom of his mouth. We're not going to look at that. But you got your boy. He's getting his textures on. He's getting handsome. Let's see. Let's end things off. I'm going to go ahead and quickly move off to our ending window. Don't want to hold things up for much longer. Let's see who is active now that we can drop you guys off with. Not a lot, to be honest. Wait a minute. Is it MC Bone's birthday as well? Belated birthday stream. I did see something about that. Too damn many of y'all have been born in November. All right, so MC's doing a 12-hour birthday stream. Let's see how far into it they are right now. Oh, they just started. Okay. We are going to raid out to MC Bone. It looks like they are currently playing games from 1989 in celebration of their birth year. He is celebrating it today, but it's belated. Okay. Well, I hate to do this in such a rush, but it is going to be a bit informal and short. We're going to raid out to go see MC Bone. Trying to touch on the schedule for next week and do raid messages and whatnot. Da-da-da-da. There we are. So here is our raid message if you choose to go along with it. Not even going to bother doing anything Raptor related today. We don't need to. It is too many birthdays this week, so we are just going to go full birthening. All right, to get that prompt up and running, get our message copied. Oof. Next week! Next week we have our typical schedule of 2D Tuesday. I will continue to be working on our emote packages. We finished up with the sketches for Kinger, and mostly Jax. Jax we still got to touch back on, just because he's been a problem, as he often is. But we'll also be able to start with someone new, either Gangle, Zubul, Ragatha, or Kane. Maybe Bubble. I don't know. We might do a pack with Bubble. We'll see. Wednesday, we are going to continue doing Security Breach as long as the game itself did not hard crash and lose our save file. There's a chance that that happened. If it did, we will be starting over Security Breach. And then Thursday, of course, are another 3D Thursday where we're going to continue to work on Nep. I might pick at him a little bit over the weekend if I have time, but I don't think I will because we are doing a lot over the weekend. Anyway, that is the last of what we're doing today. I am not fitting in my frame correctly. We're not going to worry about that right now. It is nice to hang out with you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Goodbye.